How do I get this to stay open, bro? I need the chat to just stay here.
Chase in North Memphis after a suspect manages to steal a police car right out from underneath them. It all started at the Ridgecrest Apartments in Fraser. Police were questioning a burglary suspect who then ran away.
It's early where you at, bro. It's late over here. It's 11 at night. I was like, man, I'm just gonna pull an all-nighter probably, just so I could at least be done with everything. Sleep in tomorrow. I did my first stream earlier for like 3 hours, and I just talked the whole time. I was supposed to be working. I was like, I'm gonna just play music and just chill and just work on stream. Oh wow, that's what's up. Dev life over in the motherland. Yeah, I'm coding in the other screen, but I can't show the project that I'm working on. It's a Navy project management app. It's got Firebase back end, React front end. Right now, I'm working on like the database model. Trying to keep everything organized. did that. We did this. User deactivation hook. We did that. User creation. I forgot where I even was at. About to ask my assistant, Mr. GPT, what were we even doing? Oh, right. I've got a gaming computer. A gaming computer, so it's strong enough to handle like streaming and gaming, buffering at the same time. Like I don't have any problems with this computer, bro. It's Republic of Gamers, the Zephyrus, I think it's called. Yeah, I have a hard time not taking a break to play League. I'm still low key addicted to League, but haven't had the time these days. I just realized like you guys probably can't even hear the music. Hold on. Let me see if I could get that to work. Um, should be. Oh, okay. That's why I have to put it over here. There it goes. So I'm not. So y'all aren't sitting in the quietness. Back end wise, not much. I mean, I use Firestore database for the project that I'm working with now. So a little bit of no SQL, that's what it is. I'm still learning though. I'm learning GraphQL, but I don't really need it for the project that I'm working on. So yeah, and my whole style is just learn as you go, you know. Yeah, like with the project that I'm working with right now, when I found out that I was hired, I literally looked up the tech stack, built the digital builder 757 that you see right now. It has nothing to do with really anything other than that's what this startup was using. So I spent like a couple weeks messing around with user authentication and shit like that with Firestore and Firebase, and so that I would be ready to work with it. I mean, I still pretty much have to Google my way through everything, but you know, we get the job done. That's what the whole digital builders is about. You know, just every day trying to improve and actually build versus being stuck in courses and tutorial hell. You know what I mean? Where when you say stuck on Node.js, like what's holding you up there? Or you mean course wise? Like what are you building something and stuck, or are you stuck as in like learning it? Because I never finished a Node.js course, but I use it every day. But you know, so I'm not like a master at it, but you only really need certain commands when you need them, you know. That's usually to like install and dependencies and shit like that. You need to use Node for, but okay. Word, yeah. It is different, but honestly, for me, I'd rather do back-end database stuff than the front end because it's just more my style. Like maybe I'm just traumatized from all the freelancing I did and dealing with clients wanting you to change the look of things and then reiterating it and changing it and changing it and changing it. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I like back end because it's more like I'm more of a loner and I just once it's working, it's working. You know, with the front end, it could be working fine, but then you have to deal with like the look of it and how the client and other people feel about it, you know. The back end is like, hey man, as long as everything's working, they're cool. But I have to do both. I mean, I'm full stack in my position now. I have to like I'm doing both. But for now, it's mostly back end. We're doing mostly like the infrastructure and shit and stuff like that. But eventually, like we're gonna start doing front end stuff too. So it's right around the corner. Double check that this one thing works right now. I'm gonna see if I'm trying to think of the best way for me to make sure this thing works. Yeah, exactly. It's deep. It's deeper. Well, share your portfolio or anything that you're working on. By the way, I'm curious, man, to check it out. Philosophy right now that's the church that we're trying to spread. I feel like that's a big part of my purpose, because like I want y'all to know I'm one of y'all. Like if you don't have a job yet, that's I was literally that for a year and a half. So I just now got to where I'm at now, and randomly what made a YouTube just to see if I could tell my story, if anybody would feel me, so that's why, like, I'm not the professional yet still, but I also want to also share that y'all see how I'm every day. I'm every day with it. Like you said, don't procrastinate. That's what's up, bro. Yeah. I'm glad that I could motivate you guys. that way I don't mess up either. Because I'm gonna be at it every single day, you know. That's what it takes, man. It's hard. It's hard to get a job, and then when you get your job, you have to like over deliver with it too. So until we're all Bill Gates, you know, we gotta grind, man. We gotta get it. But that's what's gonna set us apart too, you know. Outwork everybody. Each task belongs to a tenant. My bad. One thing about me too, when I'm coding, y'all gonna see me talking to myself a lot, so don't mind me. Each task belongs to a tenant, and the task is a tenant ID field. Each user has a role in the tenant ID associated with their account, set as custom claims in Firebase. Only authenticated user can read or write tasks. Users can only read or write tasks that belong to their tenant. Well, you starting off right. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. My thing that I'm noticing with a lot of you guys is that people don't seem to have their portfolio created yet. I would say do not wait to make your portfolio, bro. If you know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, then create your portfolio and make an Upwork, make a Fiverr. You could start working. You could start creating stuff for people. And you really don't even need that much. All you needed to do was know how to use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. From there on, there's so many different frameworks and templates and stuff already built for you to go ahead and start getting clients and to just build your career from there, you know? But you also like the back end too. But at the same time, don't get trapped in learning too much before working, you know, because you're also gonna learn as you work. I was working on a project with a guy who has been coding for like 30 years, and he's still learning. So that would be my advice on that. Get tenant ID and get role or helper functions for stream. Oh, okay. I can't see because of this emoji. Okay, cool. Yeah, bro. That I go over a Gatsby portfolio that's super easy. You just download the link into your terminal, paste it into your terminal, and then it's there, and you can you use it from there, and that's what got me hired, straight up. Not just that. I don't want to make it seem like it was easy, because it definitely was not easy. I still struggled for like a year and a half of learning, and before I figured that part out, you know. So I really made this YouTube channel to save some people who were where I was at like 3 months ago, you know. I had to test the sound real quick. Okay, that's not too bad. It's not too loud. Only admins can delete tasks. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm just gonna set it up like this. That's a good question, bro. Um, hmm. I would say at least, depending on your capacity, bro, I would say start small if you're like if you're not ready to go monk mode yet, but I think a minimum of an hour though. But that goes in that depends on how bad do you want to get out of your position and into coding. If you really the more you just got to know the more time that you sacrifice for it, the faster it will come. But if you also need to chill. I saw somebody was saying that before that their link wasn't working. You should be able to. I don't know why it's not letting people drop links in there. Maybe there's something I could do to change that. Hmm. Are you in the Discord? Let me put the Discord in. This will add to your legitness, bro. Hold on. All right, yeah. So you take that, you put it up on GitHub if it's not already on GitHub, and then you go to your LinkedIn, and then you go. out, but stretch how much you can go without getting burnt out, you know? I'm so used to it that I literally just kind of live like this now at this point. Which, I mean, I still game. I still play video games and shit when I need to. I'm like, man, I need a break. But for the most part, like, other than running errands and meetings and shit that I like that, other than that, I'm coding and learning. And I like it though, you know. If I get burnt out, then I know when to take a break. But for the most part, I'm like, man, I'll rest later. Like I'm too far behind. I like got too much. I want to build so many different ideas and different cool. I might do the timer. I got too many windows open right now though. you do you do you seem like the type of person who can like deal with error codes and break through them? This is Y'all got to understand too that like I'm almost like a rare case, and my path is a little bit different because I got in through networking, through who I know, and through more like my personality of, I was in hackathons. I've started a whole coding meetup, teaching people to code. This was kind of my way of skipping the having to learn like leak code questions and stuff like that. I still need to go back and learn all that stuff. That's why I'm doing all these videos where I'm like studying all the computer science stuff, because I'm not going to be like the guy who doesn't really know his shit, getting carried on the project. But the thing is, at least as far as my experience, you get tasks set to you, and then you take it just one problem at a time, and then you go research what you need to solve that problem. And then if you get stuck, you have so many different resources to help you before you even have to ask your team and look stupid. That's the last resort. Before having to ask them, I'm all over the internet, Stack Overflow, ChatGPT, and 9 times out of 10, you're gonna figure it out. But the thing is about data structure and algorithms, I know if y'all end up at some crazy company interview, they might try and get you with that stuff, But what I'm telling my people who are like following my path, I'm like, bro, just create, freelance, create as much as you can, right? And then go out into your city where the developers are, who one day, you never know, somebody may like move, and then they'll call your number. Like, I know a guy who can build. I seen his projects. I seen the stuff he can build, and he's pretty cool. It's more so about like your attitude, because with the job market being so messed up, every job that I saw on LinkedIn had 100 applicants to it. Like, I'm sure if we went to go look right now on LinkedIn, there's 100. It's got to be 100 applicants to whatever job we see. Like, if we let's go in here and go to jobs, and for me, look, full stack engineer right here. I'm a full stack engineer. I love working remote. Let's see, 46 applicants. So especially if you're somebody who doesn't have any experience, most of these guys here probably just got laid off from somewhere else. And so if we don't have any connections with them, what is going to make them choose or even look at our thing? Like, I feel like at that point, you're just trying to get lucky. So instead of doing that, I would say, and I guess this all depends on where y'all live. And I know y'all are all around the world, especially, if it's midnight here, y'all could be in India, South Africa, I don't know how it is over there. But over here, instead of going to LinkedIn and applying for jobs there, you need to go to meetup.com or any other community related website, right? And type in like JavaScript into here. I don't even live in New York. I don't know why it keeps. Okay, there we go. So this is my class that I'm holding. 18 people are coming here. But yeah, you go to something like this in person, and then you make friends. You have to make friends with developers around you, and you have to get to know them. And I mean, then that'd be a great chance. Knowing algorithms cannot hurt you. If you have the time and the mind to learn your algorithms, bro, like, by all means, do it. But at the same time, I always tell people, don't wait for that, because I didn't wait until I learned that either. And if I was, that shit is hard, man. That shit is hard. I'm going to learn my algorithms, but woo, I'm glad I don't need them right at this point where I'm at. Network is your net worth. Yeah, bro. Exactly, bro. That's what I found out, man. And I've talked to Tim, who is my mentor. This guy works for one of the top streaming services in the world. He told me to stop saying who they are. I didn't know that he could get in trouble for that, but yeah, he works for one of the people who we watch on TV all the time. And he's been in the game for like 30 years. And that's what he told me straight up. It's more about you hire for attitude, you hire for what people can vouch for you. So if you have any kind of hackathon, I'm sure if my channel ever does blow up a little more and get more attention, because I'm always gonna say this every time. I think more YouTubers are gonna start, because people do say network, but they don't say it enough, in my opinion. With the 2024 climate, I think it's more important than ever because the job market is so like overcrowded. I don't think it's always going to be like that though. Tech isn't going anywhere. So we're already winning by learning how to code and not giving up. Eventually the smoke is going to clear, and y'all know apps are always going to be here no matter what happens with AI, no matter what, it's always going to be more and more technology. So we're learning the languages of the future anyway, but just make sure that you're throwing in your networking in there too. As much as that sucks sometimes, because you may feel like you're kissing ass or whatever, but still, you got to do it, man. You can't just be in your room coding. Unfortunately, I think they say it used to be like that. Yeah, exactly, bro. It's not, man. Like, just to memorize that fancy like jibber jabber, especially when you have ChatGPT. Cause all you gotta do if you're ever in the situation in the future when you're working for a project and you need an algorithm, guess what? You're gonna ask ChatGPT. I need to sort this thing in the most perfect way. Create an algorithm real quick, bro. I was on a hackathon, right? 5 people on my team. One guy has been coding since like the 80s, right? I could show you. Matter of fact, let me show you a picture so y'all know I'm not bullshitting, okay? I'm gonna make the story as real as it possibly could be, because this literally just happened, and we got second place at this hackathon, okay? So let me go to Paul Chin. This dude here works for he's a cloud serverless developer. Here's our team at the hackathon, okay? This dude, he's the one who was on the podcast with me. He works for one of the top streaming services, has been coding for like 30 years. This guy has been coding longer than him and is like a politician dude. He does front end and he's working for 8 years, government contracting. This is a cloud serverless guy. He was remote. That's why his head is blown up. And then I was in there, okay? And we got second place for this hackathon for building a blogging app. And when I tell you, all of us had ChatGPT open on our computers. All of us. Nobody was in. Paul was probably the best, right? He looked like the movies where he was just typing. I didn't really see him ChatGPT that much, but everybody else was. We were hitting error codes. We were Googling stuff. Stuff was breaking. We were fixing it. We were teaming up. And that's what it's all about. It's about the community that you build. And the best thing to do, the cheat code, is to join a hackathon. I feel like that may be like the secret. Because if you think about it, when you join a hackathon, you can sign up. You can sign up with no experience. And guess what's going to happen? They put you on a team, and now you're literally with a company working on a project. You learn about Git, you learn about teamwork, you learn how they split everything up, and you learn about how everyone's human. Everyone's human. No one knows this shit perfectly, and we all do our best, like you're like, shit, how do I do this again? Google, look into it. Yo, can you help me, bro? Figure this out. That's literally what we were doing. Now, you don't want to go in there completely ignorant. The more skills you have, the better. But at the same time, like, we're all human. We're all human out here, man. That was the big revelation that I had. Extra rolls with the swing and authentication. Protocols, rules, especially the system out. Deploy rules. Alright. Do you know what the function is? A loop, a React component, a hook. analogy. Start coding. I haven't been here in a while. They've changed this website a lot. Start by accessing the ID called team from the HTML document. I'm not gonna lie, this is a little complicated. That's cool though that you can just test your code and everything right here, and then you can preview what you're building right here. That's pretty cool. But yeah, like obviously this is all HTML. You know what everything does here. That's a div, that's a H2, that's a paragraph. CSS. And once you know how to read CSS, like I don't really write custom CSS, but you can look and easily see that like that's the title, they're changing the margin of the title, they're displaying something, like you would know what to change if you needed to change something in here. Then you go to the JavaScript and you just read through it and you change what you need to change to build what you need to build. And anything that's not in here, you either use what's already here to use as a model to build it, depending on what you're trying to do, or Google how to do it if you don't know at that point, you know. But that's just for that. Building a number sorter. These are all projects now. It used to have like lessons, role playing game. Dude, that would be sweet. Welcome to Dragon Repeller. You must defeat the dragon. So I guess they're using JavaScript is a powerful language which allows you to build websites for all blah blah blah. To get started, create HTML boilerplate with doc type and then meta tag. Man, yeah, I'm not about to do all this. Maybe like one day I'll actually work through this and take the time. But yeah, that y'all can go mess with that if you want to do something free where you don't have to download anything and you can just play around with it a little bit. I wish they had some React stuff over there. And I wish that they put some CSS into that website. What is the website we use? All right, I'm gonna say like let's look at theme forest just so I can make sense, right? Dang, that would be so cool to live in Miami. It was to be a web developer for some people, and they were impressed by my website. They were down to hire me, but they would not remote. I was like, man, and that's just because I'm always looking for extra stuff. I have other stuff that I should be building, like people waiting for me to build certain things, but I'm always grinding though, and always looking for opportunities. Yeah, I've never had success on Upwork, but I'm sure it's just like, you know, I heard Also had my other stuff too over here with Gatsby and everything. bro, that's me to this day. was the work item. Hmm.
Hit push forward.
Mm-mm. I need to like use I have to now. Add security rules. Enter. That dude, and then there's another one. It's a mixture. Like he's for the mental, and then there's another guy that's like more physical, like help me get in shape. That's crazy that he was the first one that came up though. And then look, here he is. Here's the other one. So this dude helped me get my routine right, cuz I'm a competitive person. If I see that somebody else is like going hard and, I'll watch him every day and I'll learn from him and I'll copy them. I came up with the routine that I was doing. I was actually going to turn it into an app. Like I originally before I made the YouTube channel and the Digital Builders group, I was going to make a self-development app actually. I just kind of ended up like just preaching instead, but I'll show you. I was working on this as a concept where I was going to like try and gamify self-development, because in order for you to be a self-taught developer, you guys know how much we have to like get at it every day, and you really have to be on your shit. So my thing was, I feel like if I was doing these things every day, I can't fail. Sleep 8 hours, journal, write anything, meditate and pray, exercise, take a cold shower, and work on a goal. So I was gonna make all of these things invisible, and I was gonna try to turn it into a game where you are the character, and you would start off at like level 0, and as you did these things 10 days in a row, now it's a habit, and you would unlock the next thing. So then you do that 10 days in a row, then you unlock the next thing. And it was also gonna have like a chat. Here's the chat for people to like tap in and motivate each other. Like it's completely broken and doesn't work. But I was starting to build it, and I just never finished it. It doesn't even work for real. Like you'll do this and then you hit refresh and it all like breaks, but yeah, I got that from my YouTubers, and then but they help me be on my shit every day, cause they post every day, and they're very, especially the ripped dude in the car, he's real like in your face, like he'll tell you straight up, man. Yeah, bro, solo leveling, exactly. But we're the character, and that's how you gotta be, man. If you're really gonna do it, you gotta be at it every day. You can't really be like a normal like not really doing it. You gotta really kind of conquer yourself first, and because it's a lot of shit we have to learn, and you have to keep trying it every day and stuff. Like you can't be keeping up with every single TV show. You can't be like, it takes too much time. It takes way too much time for you to like to be like I'm not saying don't ever have any fun. I still play League and shit like that, but it was so funny, that first guy I posted, man. He would be like, he says some funny stuff, man. Like, why are you eating that shit? Why are you eating that shit? You don't need that fucking shit. You don't need to eat that shit. It's just gonna make you tired. Sometimes you need somebody to talk to you like that when you're trying to like level up. Yeah, bro, solo leveling for developers. But then I just ended up making the YouTube channel, and instead of me making it a game, I just was making videos and like saying it over and over again. That's really like my strategy, is I'm just gonna, because the more that I make a video and say it, when I turn the video off, now I'm coding. I'm already here, I'm set up, I'm coding. Because I'm new at my job, and I have to do good to make sure that like I'm go up. I keep going up. I'm not trying to like be complacent and go back down and shit. But it's cool now, man, because like I'm doing really good, bro. I'm doing real good. Like we had this event that was crazy. I was just looking at the recap of this event that we did at this place. Oh, here it is right here. Let me pause this. I'll show you guys this event that we did. The, the first hackathon that they did, when they went to get food, it was just at a restaurant, and it kind of was just a bunch of developers. It wasn't very like cool, I guess I would say. And so I brought an idea to them for us to turn it up into like add music and add artists and make a panel, and we did, and it worked. It was awesome.
7 build weekend. Myself, Intellect, Kiera. We want y'all to come build, come hack, come invest.
Cause I don't know, y'all probably don't know. I come from like the art scene, so like I play music and I do photo and video and stuff like that before I started developing. So when I got into the developer world and I saw how kind of like unseasoned it was a little bit over there with the first hackathon I did, I was like, why don't y'all let me bring my friends into this scene? Because every app and shit that you're building, you still need a logo. You still need taste and like coolness, you know, added to your app. And I know that there's a lot of creatives in the world who can't code. So why don't we bring the cool creatives, throw some paint, bring the investors, bring the developers all in one room for the mixer. We called it the build up for the hackathon. And this is the event here.
Come check out the space. Meet somebody new. That's all.
So we had people doing art, we had DJs, we had developers. Yeah. See, look, that's me right there. I was nervous. That dude used to work for Apple, the dude Jake. She owns a restaurant. He's an investor. It was fucking awesome. So yeah, doing stuff like that in your community, that's networking, bro. You have to make a LinkedIn. You have to like get out there. You have to meet all the important people, and then that way opportunities are gonna open up for you. You know, so yeah, I've been super busy ever since that. Plus, then I started the YouTube channel, you know, and I just been like doing shit, just fucking got all these like people wanting me to build different like apps and websites and stuff, you know. That's why in my videos I've been saying lately, like, for people to make a name for themselves in their community so that I can start passing jobs out to people too. Because if I can't really build all the stuff that is coming my way on my own, I'm gonna have to start outsourcing. So that's why it's the digital builders, because I want them to know it's not just me, and they can still trust us to get the job done, type of thing. That's for later on, though. It sounds like me with League. I've never heard of that game though. I might look it up. SE Sekiro. Yo, this looks dope. No, for what how to collect this. However, there's a wild card match that would apply to any document in your 5-store database, including those that works item. All right. Oh, I don't know if y'all will be able to hear it though. Wait, let me add. I need to add the source to the stream. Hold up. If I go to this, I need to see which one was the music. Hold on. Okay. So if I take this one, and change it to here. Now let's see if
lots of different things with Git, but I want to start kind of at the beginning. So
right. Yeah, so this is my project manager. Damn, it's 25 minutes. But I mean, let's see. We don't have to watch the whole thing. Let's see.
I want to spend a few minutes. I want to talk about Git. Lots of different things with Git, but I want to start kind of at the beginning. So Git is a version control system. It allows you to track changes in your code base over time, right? You know all about commits, right? You make some changes to the code, you stage those changes, and then you go ahead and commit those changes, right? Really, what is a commit? Well, a commit is a snapshot.
That's what happens when you're a junior and you have cool people on your team that don't mind making a video to explain something to you that you should technically already know.
Of your code base at a specific point in time, right? But the confusing thing is when we start talking about branches, right? This is where it kind of starts to look a little bit like the Marvel multiverse. There's not just one timeline for your code base, there's multiple timelines for your code base, and sometimes we have to reconcile those timelines. I think that that's one of the easiest ways to talk about. And so these commits are often referenced using what's called a SHA-1. These are the output of a hashing algorithm. You call them a hash, right? So it's the SHA hash of a specific commit. It actually takes all of the files, a little bit of an oversimplification, but takes all the files and all the content in the files and then goes ahead and runs it through a hashing algorithm, which is the first thing on our little whiteboard over here. So hashing functions are essentially one-way functions. That means it's a function that, unlike normal algebra, where you're able to x plus or y over x equals mx plus b. Oh gosh, it's been a while. But in algebra, typically, if you have one variable, right, you're able to find, and you have one variable missing and you have all the other variables filled in, right? They're not variables, you know them, they're concrete values. Then you're able to reverse it and find out what the input value was. So if you're missing y, then you can find y. If you're missing x, then you can find x, right? As long as there's only one variable missing, it's fairly easy to be able to find that variable, except with hash functions. Hash functions are special functions. These are functions that are cryptographic in nature because they're used in cryptography and passwords a whole bunch. You give it an input, right? It runs through the hashing function, and you get what's called digest, or the output of the hash, and sometimes they just call them the hash itself. And you get the hash of the input, right? So there's different hashing algorithms or hashing functions. One of the most popular ones is SHA. That's Secure Hashing Algorithm, I think is what it stands for. There's multiple versions of it. Git uses SHA-1, one of the first versions of secure hashing algorithms. The idea is, given this output, or the hash of the digest, you can't get the same input. Now, this isn't particularly useful for Git specifically, but it's great for passwords because I can't get the input value given this output value. But given the input value, I can get the output value. So I may not be able to store your plain text password in a database, but I can store the digest or the hash from your password in the database, because different outputs are going to lead to different inputs lead to different outputs. So you have to type in your password exactly as you gave it to me to be able to run it through the same hash function and be able to get the same digest. So I would store your password as a digest in the database, and you would type in your password. I would then run it through the hashing function, and I would compare the two digests, right? Now, the benefit of this for Git is not so much the security of it, but is rather the simplicity, being able to take large amounts of text, right? These are small amounts of text, but you can throw large amounts of text in there, and you can get consistent outputs from that quickly, very quickly. Because it's so fast, that's why it's useful for Git. It's also completely based on the changes that you've made, so it's easy to be able to reference it at any point in time. So there's lots of, and there's also collision protection that makes sure you don't result in the same, given two different inputs, the same output, right? And so cryptographic hash functions are useful inside of Git because they're used to reference. You're literally taking all of your code, well, You're essentially taking all of your code and you're throwing it into a hashing function to see the small short characters that it gives you back, right? So it takes all that code in the current state and then pastes it in there. And then if there's at any point in time a difference between your current state of your code base and what was last committed, it's able to detect the difference because there's a different hash, right? So that's kind of the basic idea.
This dude is by far the smartest person I've ever met. I just wanted to pause and say that real quick. Let's continue.
Of hashes. All right, so moving on. You know how I said there's multiple timelines inside of this code base that changes over time? This is a example of where things get complicated, right? So there's a master, the main branch, right? That's where the main body, the stable branch, right? This is where everything kind of flows from. But then things get a little bit more complicated. There's different types of branches. There's hotfix slash v1 as a branch. And then you have development branches, and you can see that these sometimes, each of these blobs is a commit, right? So we made a commit here, a commit there, right? We can see a minor version here, a minor version plus a patch version there, and we can see another minor version there, right? So these are kind of like releases maybe. And then we have here a hotfix. And so you can see that on the development branch, we were working on a few things, and then we had to make a hotfix based off of this one because we're...
Just to make sure y'all know what we're talking about Git. We're talking about GitHub, and when you're working on a project, multiple different people, multiple different computers pushing their changes to the project at the same time. So when I first joined, I was so used to working on projects by myself that I was like pushing in the wrong way, basically. You know what I mean? So I'm good now, but I forgot that he made this video, and I always thought I needed to go back and watch it. But I kind of figured out like what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to, whenever you make a change, you're supposed to create your own separate branch, name what your change is, name what you're working on, and then submit the change to the main branch. But he made this little guide for me to watch too, which you know I still need to watch. So I figured this would be a good time to do it. Why not watch it with you guys?
Branching off in the timeline, right? So all of these branches, this branch and this branch, both start with the same exact code as version 0.1, right? And then it's going to go ahead and it's going to change. And we're going to have a hotfix here that then get merged there and then get merged back into development branch, right? We're getting confusing. And then we also have feature branches that branch off here for these different development versions, right? And we can see here that these never get really merged back in, and it gets confusing. And then finally here, we see that this is merged back into here. So this is a commit, and then branches off, works on some features. Those never get made, and then it branches off to another development version here, and that comes because there's a hotfix, and we need that hotfix on the latest development branch. And then we get here to this development branch, and we decide to merge those features in. These features never get merged in. They're still being worked on, presumably, and might reach not this version, but the version after that. And then we come here, and then we get back to actual release candidates, right? And then it finally goes back to the main branch, which is what's in production. So it gets crazy. This is what we call Git flow. Git flow is a branching strategy inside of Git. It has a history of being used. It's when you have large organizations, or more realistically, it was used often because not specific organizations, but organizations in general struggle to be able to test their software in a stable way. And so they had different deployment environments for each of these. But nowadays we have better tools. It's easier for us to be able to do code reviews. We're able to test things locally. We're able to containerize things. Our deployment services are no longer, they're serverless options. It's much easier and cheaper to be able to deploy quickly and more often instead of it being an expensive task that was often done manually sometimes. And so you didn't used to deploy often back in the day. Because we can deploy often now with high confidence in our code through test-driven development and many other different things, but CI/CD in general, right? We don't need something this complicated. Most organizations, Git flow does not make sense. It's too complicated. It looks like a Marvel multiverse, right? But there's a simpler way. It's what we call trunk-based development, or feature branches is another way of saying it. The idea being you have a main branch or a trunk branch, like we see here, and then on that you have short-lived branches, right? And the basic idea here of trunk-based development is it's like the trunk of a tree. and branches come off, but they merge straight back in. They're very short-lived. And so that's what we're seeing here, is you branch off, and then you go back in fairly quickly. None of this complicated heebie-jeebies where you're trying to reconcile the different branches and timelines and splits from reality with each other. Instead, it's just this, and there's an article here about that as well that goes over some of the benefits of trunk-based development, how that works with CI/CD, how it was developed as kind of out of necessity using CI/CD and modern implementations of it, right? So that's the basic idea, trunk-based development. It's fairly simple, short-lived branches, but before we can really understand trunk-based development, you need to understand where we're coming from. We're coming from this complicated world that's built mainly on this idea that we shouldn't be deploying too often. If we deploy often, that's an issue because more bugs and it's hard to test our code, and deployments are expensive operations. Now they're cheap operations, and we have many different ways of being able to check the validity of our code before we deploy it. So it's more likely that we can have short-lived branches. So we follow this kind of trunk-based development more often than not, right? The main idea being, instead of having complicated branches, we have short-lived branches that quickly get merged back in, so we're not splintering the timeline too often, right? That's the main idea there. All right, so now that we've talked about that, and we've talked a little bit about commits and how they work, we have to get to the issue at hand, because we have oddities in timelines, and we need to repair the timeline. The oddity in timeline is over here. So there's a feature inside of Git called diffs, right? You've probably heard that term before, a Git diff. Now, what is a Git diff? Essentially, it allows you to show the changes between commits, commit, and working tree, etc. To be able to look at two different snapshots in time of
What?
commit and working tree, etc. To be able to look at two different snaps between
You said that
commits.
so fast.
Now, what is a Git diff? Essentially, it allows you to show the changes between commits, commit, and working tree, etc. To be able to look at two different snapshots in time of the code base and see what's different between those two things, right? If I were to show you this inside of VS Code, we'd be able to do that. So I can say git log, right? I'm on our main branch. I have all of our latest commits. And I can see this is the latest one, and this is also a commit. If I go ahead and copy both of these, right? Then I should be able to quit this, and I should be able to git diff. And I should be able to paste our first one, right? And say this is the commit I want to start with, and then dot, dot, dot. And then this is the commit I want to end with. And there's no difference between those two commits. Most likely because it was a merge of some kind. So if I take an older commit and use that instead, and here, boom, and paste this. Oops, I don't know what that v equals is. Here, we can see the changes that have been made as diffs, right? We can see that a line was removed and that a line was added in its place, right? And there's all sorts of options with this. We can see the files that changed and what changed about those files between the two commits, right? We're measuring 2 points in time and saying what's different between these two snapshots of the code base. It will show us what's changed. Now, this is really useful when we're trying to get a good understanding of what changes you as a developer have made when we're sitting there trying to review the code and understand what's been done, what hasn't been done, all of that fun stuff. All right. So you can see that there's many different options and that is hard to read. Now, that was only 3 commits difference. What if instead it was, I think, 3-4 weeks worth of work that's changed since the last time it's been reviewed? That's when it starts to get a little bit more difficult. And so we don't want to be using just the terminal for that. I'm sure there's options we could use to make it easier, but it gets kind of difficult. And so we want an easier way of doing that. That's where Git comes in. And not only that, but can we review changes and see the diffs here? So this is under your pull request, right? We can see here. Let me just make myself a little smaller here. We can see this pull request, right? And all the commits listed here. In total, there were 36 commits, right? And we can see the timeline here. And we can see that 13 files have changed. You're going to read that and you're just going to say, that's not true, right? You changed more than 13 files. And if we look here, there's so many files that you changed that aren't showing up. That's a problem. So this is the problem with the timeline that we need to repair. Now, if we go back to our conversation, if it will let us, having trouble. It's not doing much of anything. Will my computer let me do anything? I think that Loom is having some difficulties at the moment. There we are. I had to redrag that away, and it was fine. Odd. Okay, Loom. You can see here that you changed way more files than this, and so there's a problem with our timeline. And so how do we fix that? What's up here? You can see that normally we would review changes by leaving a comment here, after selecting lines here and saying, hey, take a look at this, etc., etc. You'll be able to see that. But that's the goal. we can't really give you a code review until we're able to go line by line and be able to say, hey, make this change, right? And say, maybe you should try this differently, that sort of thing, okay? So that's the goal, but we can't do that because we're missing files. That's an issue. If we go here and look at these filters, it's not going to do anything. The reason why we're missing files, right, is because we already merged it back into the main branch. What this is doing when it's looking at files changed is it's looking from the last commit from development and comparing that to the main branch. But once we merge, and you can see that this pull request is merged, once we merge that into the main branch, there's pretty much no difference between the main branch and these files. And so it's hard for us to leave a review, and we can't see all the differences here because there's not.
Hold on, I just want to read what bro said real quick. What's up, by the way, Black Paint? Man, I've been trying to get into coding since I was 12. The concepts never confused me, just actual math behind the coding. What's going on? I feel you on that, bro. It gets a little tricky sometimes with the math, man, but luckily with web development these days, you don't really need to do that much math for real. I finally decided to sit down, truly learn algebra and calculus because back in high school, yeah, facts, man, bro. I'm gonna tell you straight up. I've learned more the past year with ChatGPT than I've learned my entire 12 years in school by far. Yo, congratulations, bro. That's big. That's big. Yeah, unpaid kind of sucks, you know, but experience is huge, man, and use that to push you forward, you know. You might not get paid dollars, but you're getting paid in experience, and in the world of, you know, making connections, making experience, building your portfolio, getting more used and comfortable to code, bro, you can end up just building something on your own that makes money. You know what I mean? Should do it. Check out the website and links. They don't even go to the right place. Okay, maybe that's starting to sound a little scammy on the low. But I mean, shoot, if it's just an interview, it's just an interview, you know? It's hard, man. Especially if that might be why they're hiring online. Like, I don't know what type of city you live in, but you might be better off just walking around your local like mall, looking at their websites, find one with a crappy website, make a better one, go in there and show them your portfolio on your phone, talk to the owner, shake his hand, and say, I'm a web developer for small businesses and I'm here to fix your website. You know, give me a call. It takes a lot of balls to do something like that, you know, but that's how I used to get paid. So I always I know that path's not for everybody, but that's what I always promote. You know, just walking in and, you know, make it happen. They also want WordPress stuff, but I don't have. Okay, you do HTML. Yeah, WordPress to me is boring. I don't really like the drag and drop, and it's not really coding for real. I mean, you can get to some coding with WordPress. I think it's like PHP and those Gutenberg blocks thing. I had an interview with a WordPress company that, like, I was so surprised that they weren't excited to hire me, but it was almost like I did too much coding for them. Like, they wanted someone who was more interested in that. Yeah, sure, bro. I'll check it out. I don't think you can post links in this chat for some reason, but if you drop it in the Discord, I don't know if y'all got the Discord, but drop it in there. I'll put it invite. Yeah, I'll check out the website for you. But yeah, let's keep it going with this in the meantime.
Not as many differences because it's already been merged in. Lots of the code that was in this PR originally is now in the main branch, so we can't really see that. So,
but yeah,
things that we could
keep pushing, Black Paint, bro.
So
you can get in there
and start in our terminal, right? We will say git log.
You don't need, and trust me, bro, you don't need as much math as you think you need. More so than that, you need to learn the languages of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And when I say learn the language, you don't got to be perfect. You don't have to know everything that they do, but at least learn what they mean and learn like the basics of, you know, what does JavaScript mean? what does CSS mean? Which it's not even that complicated.
right? And we are now looking at our Git logs. We can see the latest commit here. This is probably a good starting spot, right? So we'll copy that. And then we can also, if we keep scrolling or use the arrow keys to scroll, you'll see there's lots of commits. So many commits that it's hard to find one we want. So I think an easy way to do this would be to find.
Okay, let me check it. Let me check out. Let's all check it out real quick. This is the company that's trying to hire him. Thanks for joining the Discord, by the way, both of y'all, Bruno and Huey. I don't know if Bruno's in here. All right, Young Warriors. I ain't gonna lie, bro. This website, what is this? Let's see their Instagram. Hell no. What? I mean, they did say it's unpaid. I would say this definitely looks like it's unpaid. But what is gonna even happen? Okay, why does this have so much information on it compared to the home page? That's super weird, bro. Oh, okay, that one. Never mind. Let's start over. Cause what happened when I first brought it up? Did y'all see that? Am I tripping? It looks a lot better. I was about to say, man. Run for the hills. All right, this looks way better than what it looked when it first came up. But whose Instagram was that? This has to be an error on the Instagram. I'm gonna check out. I check out stuff like that, bro. I click on the social links first before I even read anything. I want to see, who are these people? Wix. So whenever they made this was made from a Wix template, and they changed the Instagram, changed the Facebook, but forgot to change the LinkedIn is still Wix. So they definitely need some web design help. Word. Okay, so this is their YouTube. So this is like some type of children's they've been going for 8 years. Some type of organization for kids. It's a nonprofit. Okay, those nonprofits usually try to get people to work for free. That's normal for a nonprofit. But shoot, through that, you never know, man. This might be your road to eventually, making the right connection. Like, bro, if you have nothing else going on, honestly, bro, this might be a play that you could do. Like, if you have the time on your hands. Okay, so she's the operations manager. He's the founder. Only 5 hours a week. Okay. So they have events. What type of events they have? So they're like selling sponsorships. Dang. $2,000. What type of party is this? To hang out with these guys, you gotta pay 2 racks. Come out for fun and golf with family. Oh, barbecue, cocktails. If they charging prices like this, how the hell are they not paying you? I don't know, man. I'm seeing some red flags, but at the same time, if this was my only thing on the table, man, I'm the type of person that I might just be trusting the universe. Like, man, all right, I'm gonna just do it, just because You know what I mean? Maybe you come here, you do a good job, and then you meet the person who's really gonna matter. You know what I mean? This may be like, you never know, man. The universe works like that sometimes. You get a curveball, but then again, you could just be wasting your time. Straight up. You could just straight up be wasting your time. But if you need the work and you have nothing else and you're bored, man, I would say give them a chance. You never know. Maybe they're, you know, but at where I'm at right now, I would not mess with this right now. But me, like, maybe a year ago, where I was a year or two ago, I might be like, man, why can't y'all pay me? But okay, fine. What do you want? Like, I would go check it out, you know, get something on your portfolio, get this on your LinkedIn, at least you can put on your LinkedIn, right? You put on your LinkedIn profile that you was the senior software engineer for the Young Warriors. You know what I mean? You put that you were a software engineer for the Young Warriors for 2 years. And then you could use that as leverage when you're trying to apply for something later. And they're like, have you ever worked for somebody? They don't have to know that it was some janky nonprofit type of thing, Okay, yeah, yeah, bro. If you have nothing else, we all got to start somewhere, man. And sadly, these are, like I be telling people, who's gonna give you a chance? Who is gonna give you a chance? You gotta kind of get it where you can get a chance, and then you use that. Like, this is gonna get you more experience with WordPress or whatever this is. What is this? This is Wix. So this is gonna get you some Wix experience. But hey, man, you're a web developer. At least you could say you're a web developer and you worked with the Young Warriors. But they don't have to know. You could even be like, I'm not gonna tell people to lie. I don't want to spread that up here, but you had an internship for a remote digital marketer agency's operation intern, but the stuff you really want to do was Google Analytics side. It's fully remote. Oh yeah, it'd be like that, man. When you first getting started, I did some janky ass Craigslist SEO thing, right? Where this dude, he had a whole bunch of different phones. He had like 5 different phones with all different companies, and he was having us rank websites for, like, one phone was a plumber, one phone was like making fences, one phone was like a babysitter, and then the phones would ring for business, and he would answer each phone like it was a different business, like plumbing, fence people, and then he would say, okay, $100, and then he would call one of his friends and be like, yo, I got a plumbing job for you for $40, and then his friends would go do it, and he would take the extra money. So he hired like 3 people to sit in his kitchen all day doing SEO work for these different websites. And then people were calling in, and he was sending people to do the jobs and taking money. So there's a lot of jankiness out there. But, with the economy how it is, man, and experience being so valuable when you got nothing, like, it's so hard to get that first chance that it sucks that we have to, like, say yes to bullshit sometimes.
The last one Chandler made. And so we'll say slash is a / is a way to search. We'll do Chand and press enter, and we can see this is the last one that Chandler made. So we'll go slightly above that, and we'll find the one that we deleted the existing repo, set up new Firebase, merged it in, and then fixed Git workflows. And we'll make this the base one, right? Because this is, I think, the last time that we were able to see changes, right? So we're going to take that. And then we will queue, and then we'll say git, and we'll diff. And I want to look at this one is the ending one, and this one is the starting one, I believe. ... Oh, sorry, actually opposite way around. Right? Because we want to start on the old one, which is this one that we just pasted, I believe. And then we want to go to the one from before, which is the newer one. And we messed it up. So that's the newer one. That's what we want to compare it to. And then we want to compare it to the base one, right? Which is going to be this one, right? I believe so. B. And then compare that to the one from before. Oh my goodness. You can see it's kind of confusing doing it this way, right? And that's going to be, I believe, C7, right? I hope so. C7 is the old one. The new one is the B one. Dang it. So back one more time. C7 ... and we can see all of the changes. But there are lots of changes, right? Many changes that have been made to many different files over time, and we could honestly just keep scrolling. If we got popped to the end, it's so many changes. You could scroll on forever, and
He's looking at when I was messing up by just submitting all these different changes straight to the main branch of our project.
it's not easy to read either inside of the terminal. So what do? Well, we can go ahead and we can go, if we went to pull request, new pull request, we would be able to compare changes here, and we'd want to select our repository instead of the upstream one, and then main and then development. But here's the trick. You can paste these in, these references here, boom, and now you're comparing based to that specific commit instead of the branch. So you just have to paste it in, and that's the trick. And so we can come here and we can see that I had pasted pretty much the ones we did before, the main branch, so the latest code, compared to that commit that we were just looking at a minute ago. And we can see 36 files changed, right? That's very different than the 13 that we saw before. We can go here and we can see useful files that changed, like add personnel form here, right? And so this is what we want to see. Now, how do we reconcile the timeline and make it so that we can leave a review? Because right now we can't leave a review. Well, the answer to that question is to create a pull request, but instead of pulling changes from your development branch into the main branch, we're going to pull the main branch into a branch that is missing commits, right? And so how we're going to go ahead and do that? So we can go ahead and do that by opening VS Code, right? And then we're going to quit this. We're going to pull always. We're going to clear. We're going to pull. So git pull. Make sure we have the latest changes. We'll do git status to make sure that we're properly on the main branch. We can see we're on the origin main branch. Awesome. That's exactly what we want. Okay. So now that we've done that, we want to go ahead and git branch, right? And then we want to go ahead and create a new branch, and we want this branch to be, let's say, feature or historical, right? We're going to delete this branch.
I always forget to type feature when I'm making a branch. I always put whatever change I'm making. If y'all aren't following this, I don't know how many of y'all are used to using Git. It's pretty confusing until you get used to it when you're working with the real project. I was always used to using this by myself, and you always just push your changes, it goes live, everything's fine. But when you're working with a bunch of people, it's like all these extra rules that kind of come into play. And I had to do a little bit of side training on this. That's the thing. So for a little sidebar, a reason why, so, and I didn't notice this until I started working, and I understand it now. A reason why it's so hard for us to get jobs as a junior developer, right, is because whoever's going to hire you as a junior is going to have to train the hell out of you. Like how they're doing with me right now with stuff like this. They have to train you and train you and train you, right? So then they may spend like 6 months making me a good developer, and then it's on me to stay with them, you know? But a lot of times people leave, you know, after a year or two. Like all of the top companies, once you have like 2 years under your belt, they'll throw a whole bunch of money at you to work there. So a lot of times, if you don't have any experience and you haven't been trained yet, the jobs don't want to be the first one to train you, because they're like, we've went through this before, we hired this new guy, we trained the hell out of him, and then he goes and works for like another company. So the thing is that, you know, I have to make sure that I'm going to like see it through with this startup, you know, and like really like lock in, because I don't want to be that type of person to like take advantage of the training. You know what I mean? You gotta like do the right thing.
We're not going to follow naming conventions because, again, it's not typical. We're not branching off and then merging back in. We're actually deleting history and then creating a PR and merging the main back into this one. So we'll do this one, right? We can now, if we get status, right?
Oh yeah, bro. Boot camps, I don't know. I almost did a boot camp. I came very, very close to doing a boot camp. My girl even agreed. She was like, "What you need to do is maybe you need to go somewhere where you're in a classroom." And all those boot camps are just so damn expensive. And I'm so glad that I haven't done it because, through y'all and through the community that we're building, I know a lot of people who got those boot camps and they're basically in the same position as all of us, you know? So that's why I try and save people time and save people money and just like, man, just start making stuff. Start making stuff, make a name for yourself and try to meet developers and try and, you know, take opportunities like go work for free for the young warriors for like 1 month. Build your portfolio up and then you're going to meet and then you'll have leverage because you may see another opportunity. People always want to hire somebody who already has a job. You know what I mean? That's leverage for you. So you could say, well, I'm the lead dev for this nonprofit. And then, they'll be like, okay, well, how much do you want to come do that for us over here? But when you're like, I don't have a portfolio but I do have these projects that I've made. Here's my GitHub. Now you got to have the portfolio with the projects on that, and maybe even some websites that you have made just for fun for yourself. Like this probably is a new batch of people in here, so I'll say it again. I said this before, but I was telling somebody earlier, man, why don't you make a barbershop website, make a car repair website, put them all on your portfolio, kind of like you made them, make it so that, make it, design it as good as you can. And then when you go to show your portfolio, you can show, like, you can make your own little Young Warriors website. Like all of y'all that know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, or just grab a template, and whip it together. And that way you're ready. You're ready when you run into the right opportunity. You're ready when you meet the right person. You give them you give them your website. They go look it up on their phone and they're like, "Oh shit, you made this?" You would not believe how many people I see out in the wild now just because I'm so out in like in the streets, out in meetings and different buildings and shit, where I keep running into people who like need website work and stuff like that. And now I'm like, damn, where was all of this when I was doing them courses? But the thing is, you really just gotta get out there and you gotta be prepared and it's gotta make sense, and you gotta have lots of confidence when you get that chance, that position, and you meet that person and you look at their website and you're kind of like, damn, who made this for you? Like there's a lot of people who are angry at the person who made their website a year ago, because a lot of times people move on. At least I live in a kind of small town, like not really, it's not like Atlanta or New York. I live in Virginia Beach, so it's like medium, but we're notoriously known for having a low developer count here. So it's easy to be a big fish in a small pond, and a lot of the times the guys with the degrees and the guys with the experience, they very quickly go and work for some dope company. So that leaves, there's a sweet spot there for you to sneak in as a junior developer if you got your shit together, if you have a portfolio, if you have a LinkedIn that makes sense. So much happens on LinkedIn. So many opportunities happen on LinkedIn, but you just have to put yourself there, basically. We got 5 more minutes of Isaiah explaining this, and then I can get back to work.
If we get switched to historical or get checkout historical, either one is an option. Another way to, instead of just branch create, you could just do get and then checkout B, and then that would allow you to be able to create a branch and then check the branch out. So I could have done that. So we'll say historical because it's get, right? Historical, and we'll check that one out. And now we are on the branch historical. Now if we do get log, because we branched off of our main branch. We branched off of our main branch because we did get status, right? And then we're on branch main. So we have all the same commits. So if we do get log, we will see all of the same commits that we saw before. Now the goal is to get rid of these commits, right? because we want to get rid of the new commits so that we have a historical reference of what the code base was before any of those changes were made, right? Only because we want to do a pull request for it. So we'll go down and we'll do Chandler again. Search for that. We have this one here. We'll scroll up just a little bit to try to find the changes I made. We gotta use our arrow keys, not our scroll wheel here. We made a few changes that we had looked at, and then we had our first stand up, and we were able to get this done. So we want to delete to here, right? Any commit before this commit on January 11th, we don't want to exist in this branch, this historical branch. So if we do status, we can see we're on branch historical, right? So how can we do that? We can use a command called git reset. There's many different types of resetting. We're going to use hard reset. That means it's not going to keep any of the changes in my local file base or working tree. I can just, boom, paste that.
I'm so scared to delete branches. That sounds crazy, bro. You could accidentally delete something super important. Like, is that really deleting it from the entire universe?
I say I want to reset to this commit. I want to hard reset to this commit. And head is now at blah, blah, blah. So if I git log, right, we can see that my current branch, the latest commit, is fixed GitHub workflows. Awesome. So now I can go ahead and quit that, and we can see we're missing many of those changes, and we can get push, right? Boom, and it's going to say set upstream, so we can do git push. U is a short way of saying set upstream, and then we'll say origin, and we want this local branch to be linked to the remote branch of historical in GitHub. Boom, and we now create a new branch, and we can see historical is linked to historical and build for demand keylblock.git. So we can now go back there, and we can see, if we go to keylblock, that there is now a third branch, historical, and that this has 328 commits, and the last one was 3 weeks ago, right? And so what that allows us to do is, if we go to pull request, new pull request, we should be able to say, hey, go ahead and take this. We want our base branch, instead of being main, to be historical. We want to compare that to main, right? And we want to create a pull request. We can see 36 files changed. And we will say tenant basic tenant functionality, right? And then we would add our normal messages for PRs. You add the description, why do you need to change code at all? What code needs to be changed? And then are there any implications following this? And then we're gonna go ahead and create pull request. And we can see here, normally I would have entered
I always forget to do that part.
Fake commit. We're able to go to files
You have to
changed,
explain your pull
and
request.
we can see all of our changes instead of just a few of them. Look at all that work that Lionel has done, right? And so we can go to review changes, and we could leave a comment. We could also go here, select specific blocks, and we can leave that comment, and then that will show up in the conversation tab for you to be able to see, review, leave further comments on, and even be able to directly commit some of the suggestions that we made without having to do any of the work. So pretty cool. We just repaired the timeline by going backwards in timeline and creating a new branch off the main branch, and then we reset that branch to a previous point in time, deleting all the previous commits. And then instead of what you would normally do with a pull request, we created a pull request to merge 76 missing commits into historical from main, since main is our up-to-date one now, right? And that is all a fun way of being able to say that we repaired the timeline. We can now do a code review on this and look at these 36 changes and go through file by file, line by line, and make sure that we don't miss anything, right? It's also an important reason not to merge, even if you have permissions to merge a pull request before it's been reviewed and approved.
Right.
All right, thank you. I hope you learned something through this.
Yeah, hell yeah. Thank you, Isaiah. If you happen to stumble upon this live, I definitely learned from that. But that was all basically because I merged to the main on accident one time. Let me make sure that that's true. I'm not gonna write him now. Damn, it's 2 a.m. Yeah, definitely not gonna write him now. But okay. Word. All right. So now I'm gonna try and lock in. It's really late, so I'm gonna get back to coding. I don't have that too much stuff to do, but I definitely want to make sure that I get a couple more things done here before I go to sleep. Hmm? Work items. Yes, your rules include specific conditions for tasks as well as general rule for any document within your Firestore database, which will cover work items among others. There's a redundant declaration at the end of the document doc. You should keep only one instance. Okay. Playlist for programmers. Let's go. Word. It comes with a video too. Let's close this. I don't know where to put the chat. Shit. Whatever. That's... Y'all can kind of see it, right? I'll just make this small. Wait. I'll just look at the chat on my phone. I'm tripping. This code defines the Firestore security rules with functions to determine permissions based on user roles, tenant associations, and document ownership. It covers rules for users, tenants, and tasks, collections, as well as a general rule that applies to all documents, ensuring that read-write operations are allowed only if the user belongs to the same tenant as a resource they're attempting to access. To use these rules, simply replace the content it applies to. Word. Put that over here. Let me double check. This is definitely programming vibes. I've been addicted to sunflower seeds lately. I had to restart my mic. Yeah, my setup is very janky. When I reached over there, I hit this one chord. If I hit that chord, everything goes down. All the sound is good though. Yeah, I have to keep an eye on that, man. There's been so many times where I spent an hour recording something and at the end it was messed up. You would not believe how many times that happened. Like, my setup is so like barely right. I have to be super careful. I've got the light, the camera, the mic, extra monitor on that side, connected to this cheap little USB thing, man. Like, I need to upgrade everything. But as long as it works, man. As long as it works. This set of rules correctly implements security rules, tenants, tasks, work items. Through the general rule for any document, it ensures the operations that these documents respect tenant boundaries and role-based access controls. Now to add these, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Work item is what I'm looking for. Backlog. Whoops. I probably should watch that movie again. What's the name of that movie? That's the Facebook movie. I should watch that again now that I'm coding. Right, yeah. Social network. That's crazy, man. It's 2 in the morning. We're up doing that. Update security rules. Actually, I want to do hold on. Check out, be up, or should I do that's not a feature. Let me see something real quick. Okay. Get practices and policies cheat sheet. Clone, create branch. Pull latest changes. Push changes. Create a new branch for each new feature or bug fix. Hot fix. So add feature instead of added feature. Work in progress. So WIP. So this is a WIP. Okay. This is a WIP. Create a new feature. You create a new branch for each new feature. Use clear and descriptive branch names. Use hotfix for bug fixes and feature for a feature branch. Use imperative mood. I need to save this too. WIP to indicate when commits are not a complete solution and would probably break if referred to. Each commit focus on a single change, okay? Regularly pull the latest changes from the main branch. Alright. is gonna be like update security rules. Word. Now git add period. Now I'm gonna say add this changes, and then we're gonna say we added work item security rules for work item objects. Added work item object security rules. Okay. Git push u origin update. Oh no. Update security rules. Okay. Added work item object security rules. Just don't merge. Word. Get out of there. Word. Backlog. Backlog. What is not backlogged? Basic user functionality is coding. This is good. Bro, you need to DJ a hackathon. This is a good playlist. Playlist before realizing. checking. Okay. Don't tell me I'm caught up. I might be caught up. I think I'm actually caught up. I'm about to just test everything, make sure. If everything works, I might be able to play like a game of League before I go to sleep. I'm gonna run a test on the changes that I made, and if everything works. Yep. We have been streaming for 3 hours. It's right now. Alright. So yeah. Let me run a test on everything real quick. Before we wrap up, I'm gonna run a test. That's how I reward myself for like. Did I mess audio up again? Oh no, we're good. Yeah, that's how I pretty much reward myself for like working a bunch of hours in a row. Matter of fact, before I run the test, I literally been sitting down for 3 hours, which is breaking my rule. After every 50 minutes, you're supposed to get up and stretch and drink some water. So for y'all who have been chilling with me here, everybody needs to take a little break. So I'll be back in like 3 minutes or so, 5 minutes. I'm gonna just go stretch, grab some water, get out the chair for a little bit and move before I run the test. But I'll be right back. Thanks y'all for chilling with me. 2:30 in the morning. That's what happens when you drink coffee at like midnight. I'm wide awake. Like not even sleepy at all. I needed that little stretch though, for real. All right, I'm gonna test all of the changes that I made. Make sure that everything works. I'm gonna have to do that off the main screen though. Well, that can stay there. I think I know CD functions. npm run build. Then npm or Firebase. Deploying my functions should work. Alright, we are live, and let's see. This, go here, go here, go there. I'm gonna be so hype if this works. So if I create, add a new tenant. Email will be Lionel. No, matter of fact, I'm gonna do info@washingtonshammer.com. Save that, right? Now, wait a minute. that's the test one. This is the moment of truth. Me finding out if this worked or not. I just have to check my email. And we got a bug. I'm gonna have to like look at this for a little bit. Private property and object. Babel plugin proposal. What? That Babel thing again. Syntax error. Babel home run. What the npm install production and npm run build production. So because it's installing production, why is it still doing production? Okay, I think I know what I need to do to fix this. Excuse me. Let me just test ChatGPT to see what they say. So when you run into an error, someone earlier was asking me, how do you code with ChatGPT? A lot of times it'll help you understand these like long crazy error messages. If you just copy the whole thing and then post it into ChatGPT, it'll tell you. The error message and the warnings you're encountering indicate a mixture of depreciated packages and specific issues with your Babel configuration that prevents the compilation of your React project. The compilation fails due to a missing Babel plugin. This plugin has been giving us problems. So I need to run npm install Babel plugin proposal private property and object and then save dev. But the thing is, if we're only running npm install, why are we running the production flag when we do npm install? I thought we changed it and took that out. Npm install production and npm run build. We just need to do npm install. So I need to go into my GitHub workflow files and change this thing real quick. Right. npm install Babel plugin, npm install React script latest, npm install omit dev and run build. Okay. We're gonna have to run it back one more time. GitHub, the merge was a request. Somewhere in here there's still a production. I could have sworn I changed this before. Oh, didn't we take the production? Wait a minute. If I remove production, won't it install everything, including Babel, upon merge request? Always remember, ChatGPT is your all-knowing code, and y'all see the name of my ChatGPT is Code Mentor. I created that specifically to help me when I'm coding. Oh, I see what the problem is already. I see it was I get it. I was supposed to do yeah. I don't know how that got put back in there. Let me I know what to do. I'm gonna try this thing real quick and it should fix it. So I just need to remove this. Remove that, save that, and then add all of this in here and say, oh, but this should be a new branch. Alright, what is it for the branch thing again? Get I like this soundtrack made me feel like I'm racing against the clock, like in Tron. Get check out B fix, or what is it, hot fix, or no WIP PR, no, Firebase hosting, Firebase hosting PR, and then yeah, that's it. Get checkout B Firebase hosting PR. All right, now I'm gonna add all my changes. And then commit. Get commit message will say removed production from Firebase hosting pull request file. Yeah, that, because we got the Babel plugin thing again. All right, so I save that. And then, yeah, then publish it to origin. Yeah. Now that should run everything through again, and it should fix it to where it works now. I should have tested it out first. Let me make sure that it works. CD or just npm start? Or is it Firebase start? Noticing that everything I do on my computer is a lot slower. Oh wait, there it goes. It's thinking about it, it's cooking. No issues found. Word. Okay, I think we're good. So now let me run the test again. I'm gonna close that. This is from 2 weeks ago. 2 minutes ago. Here we go. Is it working? Or do I have to wait? Oh, here we go. On tenant update. Word. Today's the 13th. So yeah, we should see this work. Nine invocations. Okay. Tenant update request. Yup. All right, looks like it works. Looks like it worked. Now I just need to double check one more thing. Component null checking. Null checking was disabled in TS config to the last user. It should be implemented and then re-enabled. Okay, I gotta fix that. We seem to be caught up. Everything else is backlogged. Okay, yeah, looks like we're good. I'm gonna contact the team and let them know that I pretty much caught up with everything that I was tasked to do. Okay. I'm gonna do that right now. Even though it is a little early. before we go, let me double check one more thing. You could never be too careful. Here it is. Oh shit. Stop. Upon deactivation, my email is being sent within the Firebase emulator. Upon tenant deactivation. Clean up my desktop a little bit. Implement unit tests for your functions to test individual components. The actual tenant admin. True. Tenant creation logic. True. Yes, we do have a placeholder. Alright. That's for tenant creation. Place of the actual logic to obtain admin email. True, true. Well, I mean, shit, it works. It definitely works. New tenant, created with ID. Alright. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think this is a good place to call it for the night. Ignore anything involving DNS records. Implementing email notification capabilities is considered complete revisions based on the code review. Oh, I think that's over in GitHub, isn't it? Why? What? Staging environment data will need to be updated manually. Deleted. Why? What? Yeah, man. I've been going hard, bro. I finally caught up to everything, though. Am I frozen? Oh, I am. Hold up. Yo, can you hear me though? Yeah, bro. My I've been going, bro. I had to catch up on all my stuff. Earlier, I was doing more talking than I was coding, so I actually locked in. But yeah, I had to, man. I'm about to chill for a little bit though. I'm about to chill and play a game of League or something before I go to sleep. That's what happens, bro. I get obsessed and locked in when I'm working on something. Also, I'd like to test out the SendGrid email and tenant deactivation in production, but is that not possible yet? It works inside the Firebase emulator. Fine. Database tested in a staging environment. And would I need the logic in place to get the admin email for the tenant before doing that? Okay. Just have the SendGrid email send upon tenant deactivation production. production. But is that not possible just yet? It works inside the Firebase emulator fine. Waste of time to test the stage environment. Like to test out the send graded email send graded email send upon 10 utilization reduction. Just yet. It works inside the Firebase emulator fine, but would it be a waste of data to test it in staging? But what I need please take the admin email from the tenant admin before doing that. As of now, it's just a placeholder logic. What is the best way to test? Okay. Okay. Environment. Hold on. Okay, we are done coding for now. So I'm gonna switch the playlist. Yeah, bro. It's good to have you. Good to have you here, man. It's really late, so I'm just gonna play one game before I go to sleep. Over here, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. But it's good to see. Good to see you guys, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me. I've been streaming for how long? Wow, 4 hours. I did a lot of coding though. I was a little bit behind at work with all the YouTube videos I've been shooting every day. So I figured why not do both at the same time? You want to do an ARAM, bro? I'll wait for you. Yeah, let's do it. We're just chilling now, man. I was coding earlier, but now I'm just gonna play a game of League before I go to sleep. That's how I like to relax after using my brain for so much. Oh wow. Yeah, it's 3 o'clock a.m. here. Bro, let's play let's just go ranked. I'm um I'm demoted now. I think we're good. Let's just go for it, bro. Yeah. Thanks for having my back so much, bro. You've been really one of the top supporters here from the first day, from day one. So I really, really respect you for that, bro. It's crazy how much we've grown in just 2 weeks. Like everybody's telling me, "How did you do that, man?" And I'm like, I have no idea. Yeah, we're really building a strong community here, for real, fast. The Discord is going. The school.com is going crazy. Yeah, man, I really hope that everybody who's a part of our group, that I could really help you guys stay motivated and break in. We breaking through to being developers, man. All the people who try to tell us that like because we don't have degrees and shit like that we can't be developers. Fuck that. We're definitely we can, you know? That's the goal here, man. To open the door, open the gates for everybody.
End of the line.
And to stop trying to people need to stop trying to make it seem like it's rocket science, because it really is not rocket science. You do not have to memorize every single JavaScript, thing to make a website. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll send you guys an invite if you need it, just in case anybody isn't in the Discord. We should probably make one in here for the gamers too. I'm picking Shaco first.
Trick.
Here, let me drop this in the chat. And send me a friend request if any of you guys play League. There you go. You got Smite, by the way, Joe. I need to make sure that the my sound is good. Looks like it isn't. Hold on. Let me try and fix the sound. This should be That fixed the game sound, right? Didn't it? Come on. Oh, I don't have. Oh my god.
An ally has been slain.
No. Yeah, we're in trouble. My bad, Joe. I need your Akali or your Katarina in this game. We started off so good too, man. Got Morgana in my jungle now. Morgana's behind you guys. It's all good, man. This is just a. I'm kind of trying to get demoted so the games will be more chill anyway. We'll climb later. I'm looking like, do we scale? I don't know about our comp. I knew he was over here. That's why I didn't. what's the thing? I'm thinking, um, this.
An enemy has been slain.
We're not losing too bad. Could be worse. I'm gonna try to get this dragon. Yeah, I think we can. Oh, hold up. Maybe not.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm gonna just try to put boxes all over this because he's definitely coming this way. Give me my clone back. Uh-oh. Alright, we should be able to get this, right? Oh, no, we can't. We can't. Nice, he pressed R. Patience is key. We needed that. And I need to use this. Oh, no, no. Alright, I'm gonna go bot. This thing like goes the wrong way every time I try to do it. Okay.
Has destroyed a turret.
Yas is he's going behind you guys for sure. Y'all gotta watch out.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Yeah, he's lurking. Why would we? I don't know, Ezreal. That wasn't really the stay type of move. Uh-oh. Damn it. No.
Slain an enemy.
He thought we were gonna get both towers or something?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nice.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yo, we came back pretty nice in this game. I thought it was looking rough earlier.
You just text me at 4 in the morning.
Oh, Morg is out of pocket. Oh well. Alright, I need to back before drag. He's actually dead, right? They can have dragon, it's fine. Oh wait, Diego's not here. Actually, yeah, he's on his. I'm not even gonna try and steal this one. This Ezreal is a beast. 10-5. Oh my god, that took all my health. There's a mushroom around here somewhere. Oh, nice.
Your turret has been destroyed.
He's right here. Oh my god.
I was just trying to buy this.
Type vibe. Mushroom is right there. Oh, they're fighting over here too. No.
Shut down.
I had to wait for my
Your team has
my
destroyed
cue.
an inhibitor. Dominating.
Yes, Joe, go. You can probably kill him. Never mind. Oh yeah. For real, you really can.
Shut down.
What was he thinking?
Aced. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh no, man, I don't know.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Is this gonna work?
An enemy has been slain.
You know? Those mushrooms are ruining me for real. I gotta go back.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm gonna go push top.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Oh my god, bro.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
That was unfortunate, but I think Miles got it under control. He can't. He can kill Morgana, right? Oh, yeah, they should be able to finish this off.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Nice.
Victory!
Oh, my bad, bro. That might be my fault. I think I sent you the wrong invite. Hold on a second. Here, let's. Hmm. Oh, you got it in there now? Yeah, you got it in there. Sweet. All right, guys. Thanks for chilling with me. That's usually what I do. After coding for hours, I'll play like one game of League, one or two, before I get some sleep. But thanks for hanging out. And again, thank you everybody for being part of the community, joining the Discord, the school, everyone who sent me a message, followed me on LinkedIn, and reached out. Y'all inspire me to push forward every day. We're coding. We're gonna be up here chilling a lot. I'm gonna start streaming more since I saw how many people were vibing with me today. So I'm always here at my computer anyway. So now I'm like, why don't I just press record? So TG, bro. All right, you guys have a good night. I'm gonna go get some sleep. Probably till like 12 o'clock tomorrow. All right, peace.